Welcome to Bear Essentials with Bear Buyers.
Today we start off our bracketology series with SMGs. Hope you tune in, look who's number 1 down through 40, and then we're going to compete against each one to find out who the king is. Here in the seventh, here in the 5th matchup here in the play-in to win into the top 32 SMGs, we have the converted SMG 9A2 versus the MP5A2. Just how it worked out. And as you can see, these are pretty well matched, where one has the higher damage, the other one has the higher RPMs and magazine, and the other one outbeats it by range. So the MP5 has range and damage, where the SMG has speed and magazine size. I would think that we've seen a little bit of both early on. The first 3 matchups, we've seen that the speed one, where in the last one, clear and decisive was that hit for a lot more damage, definitely owned that round. So let's see what happens here. We are going with the converted SMG first. Converted SMG first
Agent
round.
requesting backup.
Headshots. Let's go. Oh, that gun's a lot more hard to handle. Round 2. Or 2. Good. Yeah, this gun's all over the place. Hard to hold it steady. 5.9. 5.9 for converted MP5 A2 headshots first round. Both of them a little harder to control, but the MP5 wins that round. We're going to round 2. MP5 headshots round 2. Let's give that one a second stop. That's not a good start there. Had a half a clip. MP5 round 2 headshots. .2. .2, the converted SMG A2 headshot second round. It's 1-1. SMG A2 converted headshots third round. .6, but he got up as high as 9. Pretty impressive run.
Clan member in need of backup.
MP5 wins that round 2-1 on the body shots. .6. .7. MP5 wins again, second round, body shots, MP7. Or MP5A2. Get that over again. Go ahead and refill. Converted SMG second round body shot. And it lost again. MP5 is dominating so far. Third round. Ah! Trying to get to reload. And it keeps running over here. So let's just load up the hard way. Do it from scratch over here. There we go. Third round body shots. Converted SMG A2. One. .8 that time. That was respectable. MP5 A2 hit. Body shots, third round. And we have a winner. Domination on the body shots. MP5 3. 2-1 on headshots, 3-0 on body shots. And it looks like we are going to have a winner no matter what happens here in the time to kill. So at this point, we're going to let the MP5 see what it can do with time to kill. .4. Converted SMG A2 Stern. 9.9. Hey, we have a win a chicken dinner there. Round 2. Converted SMG A2. Second round. Time to kill. .7. Woo! Smoking that time to kill there. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Why can't I get this thing to redo ammo? .7 is time to kill. Second round, time to kill. I just cannot keep up with MP4, and we are last round. .2, it's probably not going to cut it. It's going to be a clean sweep, looks like, by the win there, but it was where SMG was able to pull off a respectable showing with a 5-8-1 record featuring the MP5A. Sorry, it's getting late. Just want to keep the footage rolling here. Next round is going to be the police 45, police pump 45 versus the police T821. Police 45 versus the police T821. Well, let's see where they stack up together. As you can see, the T821 hits harder and has a little bit more optimal range, where the ump has higher RPMs and magazine size. Should be a close matchup. Steady hand versus close and personal. Let's see who wins here. Go ahead and pop off the ammo. Police on 45. First round headshot. Oh my god, that is wicked deep on the target. Such kick. .3. Ooh. Much easier to keep on the target. .6. First round. Second round. .9. .1 pulls off a second round win. Last round. Headshots. .8 even. And the UMP-45 pulls ahead with a 2-to-1 advantage after headshots. Go to body. .8. Had a better run going there, but let's see if that works. Okay. One for the T821 so far. Second round, T821. .3. That was clearly for 2-1. We go in the last one, totally tied up. We'll come down to the time to kill. Up first. And it's tied 5-5-1. .10. 7.6. Almost a record with the 7.4. So that puts the pressure on the to keep it even. This will bring it back. If they can dominate, they get a commanding lead. If not, it's tied up. Needs a 7.6. No, did not pull it off. It comes to the very last one. And here we go. Going to top off the run here, and the M45 trying to put up a big score here. .3. Is that going to be big enough? If the T821 can pull off an 8.3 faster than an 8.3, it advances. No, it is the ump that pulls off the 2.1. That could have went either way. That could have been operator, not gun. But the ump was higher ranked, and it barely survives a big scare from the police T821. And it was 7-6 with one tie. That was the closest matchup yet. And the last play to get into the tournament is a matchup of the tactical. I guess we have two more. We have the tactical ump converted SMG9 and the tactical ump 45. Is that what we just did? No, we did the police 45, yes. So the tactical 45. Versus the converted SMG9. So right here. And as you can see, like every other match today, we compare these. The tactical M45 has better power and just one more foot of optimal range. And the converted SMG9 is the worst in optimal range with only 15. But that UMP45 is at 16, not much better. But the damage is less, but the RPMs are supercharged to 1,000 here. And the magazine size is 32. Is that going to hold up? Let's find out. Tactical ump coming up first. Headshots. Top off the thing. It's still on elite. 5 feet. Headshots first round. Here we go. .6. 8.6. Loses the first round. 1 second. that over here. What shows that not the right ammo. Check
Agent
around.
in need of backup.
SMG9. Headshots. And it wins the second round. 7.4. Wide open now. Body shots. Totally dominated by the T821 already going to win no matter what. Let's see by how much. As a win for the T821. Last run. .9, that's respectable for once. There you go. 2-1 for the converted. For a total of 10, 3, and 1. That's about as big as it gets, and that's converted SMG 9 was not. It was rated third worst, and I guarantee it that is not true. That was a misrating. It definitely is humming right along. Last but not least, we have the SIG MX. SIG MX. And playing M5 ST. M5s have performed well so far. Let's see if they can continue their sweep. The M5A Sigma A2. Let's see if the MP5 ST can beat the runs here. They are equally shared. As you can see here, the MPX has better RPMs and just a one better optimal range, where the SIG here, the MP5 here, has the better damage and a clip that's a half size bigger than the MPX, so 30 versus 45 may be the determining factor. It is currently tied after the stats 2-2-1. Here's the last play to win into the game. We are going to go, let's make sure we got enough ammo. And the SIG MPH is going first. We're strong. Yes, the weapon is all over the place. Let's see if we can make it up on the body. No! What am I doing? Like the body shots.
Incoming backup request.
So it looks like the MP5 ST one there as well. So moving on, we have the MP5 ST will be going against the Slingshot. The Police 45 will be going against the Ospector. The converted SMG9 will be going against the Chatterbox. And last but not least, the MP5A2 will be going against Lady Death. So the field of 32 is full, and tomorrow, 6 o'clock at night, we will have at least 2 of these brackets, if not all 4 of them, we'll have done, and we'll do the videos, exclusive videos showing the stats and stuff instead of the raw gameplay. The raw gameplay is done. We'll get the videos out tonight, hopefully somewhere around 7 o'clock on Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in. You have a great day. Okay, our first matchup in this bracket is the top seed in this bracket, which is the Backfire versus MP5N. Now, we also figured out that just because you're the number 1 seed and just because you're an exotic doesn't mean you guarantee to win. As we have seen, the Purst take its standing of being a 4th seed and be able to win the whole bracket, defeating the Ouroboros and dominating the M97, which went from 40th rank all the way up to the Elite 8. So let's see how the Backfire folds against the MP5N. Headshot, first round, Backfire. .2, first round. No way that it compared. Second round. A lot of misses here. Bullets all over the place. 6.7. Loses second round. Last round. No. going to body shots. Second round, body shots. So let's see how they're faring up here. After the domination here, where'd the pen go? There it is. Let's go back and compare the stats. I didn't do that earlier. Backfire versus the MP5N, and we can see that the backfire has more damage, more speed, bigger clip, headshot damage, and better range. It is a 5-0 lead over the MPN, and then it won 2 versus 1 in headshots and 3 versus 0 in body shots, and 10-1 lead going in. Time kill cannot lose. And back to this, not getting beat here. .3. Backfire's turn. 10.3. Beat. Easily done. Round 2. clips. 6.7, one of the best rounds ever we've seen so far. Last round. Backfired last round. There it is, total domination, backfire. Nobody has won like that. 13-1. Backfire totally dominates the MP5N. Okay, on the books here. The Slayer has extreme damage. The Vector has extreme speed. Slayer has a better clip. They're both tied for headshot damage, and of course, the Vector has a better optimal range. So we are 2-1 at the beginning of the round. It is anybody's game so far. We expect the Vector to upset the named Slayer, but we'll see. Headshot. Slayer. First round. $2.8 million. This is not going to even be funny. Can we call the mercy roll? Second round. Slayer, second round.
Agent requesting backup.
Last round. body shots first round. I'm calling mercy on this. There's clearly a landslide there. Time to kill. That's game over. Slayer shouldn't have even been in this contest. Not quite as a domination as the first one, but kind of questioning if the Slayer should have even been in this countdown. It is definitely a holiday treat. Probably should have been ranked 40th for sure. We are going with the Emmeline's Guard versus PP-19. Let's compare the stats. And the Emmeline's Guard got one of the lowest damages, so that's PP-19. Emmeline's Guard is one of the fastest. Clip goes to PP-19. They're tied with damage and they're tied with range, so that gives the PP-19 a 2-to-1 advantage with 2 ties going into the first round. So it's pretty much anybody's game, not quite tied, but PP-19 has a slight advantage going into the first round headshot. PP-19. Thanks. Yeah, Emmeline's Guard. PP-19, headshot, first round. Bad start. It's not even getting to 5.3. It's finally over the 5 minutes. 5.5. Not good numbers. Going to get totally crushed if it ever got to the purst. Purst was putting up 10 plus, the only gun to do that. Let's see where Emmeline's Guard sits. Second round. 10.5. Much better that time. It is 1-1. Third round. Emmeline's guard, 7.3. Third round. Pulls it up 2-1. It is a tie game on the body shots. 3-3 and 2. Second round. Eight flat. Emmeline's guard, second round. It's at 8 flat. Guard finds itself down.
Need a backup.
Okay, time to kill. Is anybody game still? 5-4. Nine flat. Emmeline's guard. Oh, just lost it. 9-1. Second round. Nine 3. 7-6. Last round. I'm fine. And it is the P19 that pulls off the win here with a 6-4 upset out Emmeline's guard. Going in the last of the 32 here in this bracket, we have the Dark Winter versus the M1928. Dark Winter versus M19. 1928, first round, headshots. .3
Clan member requesting
or
backup.
8.6. Dark Winter 8.6 first round. Ooh, just barely pulls it off. Second round. Last round. .7, very respectful. That's some of the best numbers. That's the only one we've ever seen up there past the purse numbers. Excellent job by Dark Winter there. And let's go take the time to see where they're standing. As you can see, the Dark Winter's got the slower damage than the 1928, but it's the speed. The number of magazines are the same. The headshot damage is the same. And the 1928 has a better range. So the 1928 had a 2-1 to 2 lead over the Dark Winter. But the Dark Winter dominated in the headshot damage and leads 4-2 to 1. Let's go to body shot. Body shot first round. So make sure we got enough bullets. Body shot first round. Dark winner. .8. Last round. Again, only the second weapon to put up a 10 spot. No bueno, no bueno. Time to kill. .7, respectable. Holy sucky score. That one definitely went to M1928, and it's just because it didn't have to reload. The damage was just that good. Second round. Pinfall. 7.6. And the M1928 put a good fight up at the end, but just wasn't enough for the dominance. The numbers we had only seen one other time from the purse, the dark winner. And even though it is the second seed in here, I just put the numbers didn't seem to change very much from time to time. I it looks like the Dark Winter's first one will be able to maybe meet in the finals. Some of the best that we've seen so far, for sure. So our 4 left in this bracket: Backfire, Vector, Dark Winter on P19. So we're going to go with the P19 Dark Winter. Next, since we already have the Dark Winter up, let's do the comparison. So the Dark Winter and the PP19. PP19, Dark Winter. Let's compare some. And of course, the PP19 has higher damage, almost twice as much damage, but it's the Dark Winter's high RPMs at 1200 versus 700 to PP19. PP19 has a better ammo in the group. They're both at 83, and the PP19 has 21 range versus the Dark Winter's only 15, which is the worst in slot. So going into the first round, the Dark Winter is in the hole with only 1. PP19 is 3, and 1 tied. So let's go into this first round. Dark Winter, headshot, down 3-1. Needs a dominating round here. Get back in the game. Dark Winter, headshot, first round. Let's go. I actually called that wrong. That was the PP19 that was working. This is the Dark Winter. First round, Dark Winter. Needs 6.7. Second round. Highest numbers we've ever seen in a round of headshot, 12.7 million. Best yet. Don't think the PP19 has a chance to put up those kind of numbers. Not even close. Last round, headshot. Third round headshot, PP19. .9, 7.8. Dark Winter, third round, headshot. .8, pure dominance there. We're going to body shot. Dark Winter, first round, body shot. PP19, first round. Complete and utter dominance. Time to kill. Dark Winter, time to kill. First round. .9. Oh, last round. We're going to give that to the P-19. It's going to win. Dominate the pure, but the pure domination of the first range. No match for the Dark Winter. Pulling off a 3-0, 3-0. Time to kill is a 3-0, so 7-6. Made it closer, but the Dark Winter clearly won, putting up some great numbers. Time to kill might be its Achilles heel. So Dark Winter, second seed, does what it's supposed to do. Is the Backfire going to be able to compete a 1 and 2 seed here in this bracket? It has to take on the Vector, which is always scary. Vector SRB 9mm. Very scary against the Backfire. Headshot, Backfire. First round. .6. That's pretty big numbers. First round. Vector. Headshot. Nope, just could not put up the numbers. Second round. Vector. Headshot. .6 gave it a run for the money. It's putting up a good fight. See if the Backfire can hold its own. Second round. Backfire. Wow. Backfire, lost that one. A bleed made it distracted it enough to pull it off. So, going to the third round, headshot. Nine flat. Victor, headshot, third round. And it wins the third round. Vector takes the lead here. Vector, slower damage, higher range, clip goes to backfire, headshot goes to backfire, and the Vector gets the distance by 1. So the backfire comes in 3-2 favorite versus the Vector. The Vector just went the first round 2-1, and it is 3-3 tied. Vector, first round, body shot. And let me, it's unfair. Reset that, reset everything here. Okay, Vector, body shot, first round. Backfire, body shot, first round. Wow, some crazy numbers there. Third round, body shot, Vector. 2-1 on the backfire, and we have a very tight game here. 6-5 going into time to kill. Backfire, first round, time to kill. .3. Second round. Backfire, second round. .9. Last round. 9.3. And the backfire wins with a total dominance of the time to kill, a 9-5, but it was much closer than that score showed. Backfire pulls it off, and we have a 1-2 fighting it out here. Dark Winter putting up bigger numbers than the backfire. This is going to be a slugfest, but I don't know if the number one can pull it off. Let's check it out. Dark Winter versus Backfire. Ammo here. This going. Let's compare the numbers. Backfire has bigger damage. Dark Winter has the RPMs. Backfire has the magazine and the headshot damage and the optimal range. So the Backfire is coming in with a 4-1 favorite. The only difference is that high RPM of the Dark Winter, which is only second to the Ouroboros, which the Ouroboros got upset by Purse, and the Purse has very similar numbers to the Dark Winter. Dark Winter seems to be putting numbers up in that range, but Purse is the best we've seen in the tournament so far. So let's get ourselves healed up. We are going with the Dark Winter first headshot. .7. First round, Backfire. Good shot. Dark Winter, second round. .2. Dark Winter, second round. That one goes to Backfire. Last round. 10.5. Backfire needs to pull it off here in the third round. Real close, 10.2, but the Dark Winter was able to pull it off. But again, it has that severe deficit after the stats, and it is 3-5 going into the second round. The Backfire still owns a commanding 2-point lead heading into body shots. So here we are, first round, body shots, Backfire with a 2-point lead. That's a pretty sucky round for the Backfire. Opens the door wide open for the Dark Winter to gain more ground. It's still behind, so 1. Hold on. I got Backfire again. Sorry. Dark Winter. Hold on, let me reset the... Okay, Dark Winter. Body shot. Second round. That's right. Second round. 8.6. Last round. .4. No, 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 no. 10.4 is what Dark Winter has to beat. And it did not. Yeah. So it is 5-6. Dark Winter still is behind by 1, going into time to kill. So whoever dominates time to kill, looks like they could step the champion.
Agent requesting backup.
Dark Winter, time to kill. Round 1. And I just noticed it was something easy. That first round definitely went to Dark Winter. Round 2. .3. Last round. It is totally tied. Nope, it is actually a 1-point lead. 1-point lead for Dark Winter. Backfire has to win this round. That's going to cost them 10.6. The door is wide open for Dark Winter to pull off the win. Time to kill, round 3. Dark Winter. Oh, and just by 2. It pulls it off a 2-1. Dark Winter pulls it off after being in the hole 1-4. And the number 1 seed goes down again. But we have a number 2 seed alive. Dark Winter goes to the finals. The Elite 4. And tomorrow night we will have the other 2 brackets completely done, and we will have a final 4 as of tomorrow night. So in the other bracket we have Lady Death versus the MP5A2, the Cabaret versus the Technical Vector SBR, the M90 versus the Safety Distance, the MP5 ST versus Slingshot in that bracket. And in the OG bracket we have the Police 45 against the Oxpecker, the Grudge against the Vector SBR 45A, Swap Chain versus the CMMB Banshee, and the converted SMG9 versus the Chatterbox. And we will have a Final 4 tomorrow. But we have 2 that are in the Final 4 right now, and that is the Purst and the Dark Winter, and the 2 favorites, Exotics. The best in the game when it comes to build around it, the Ouroboros and the Backfire went down. Backfire made it clear to the its division championship and got barely beat by the Dark Winter. And the Ouroboros ran up against a beautiful Purse. It just is literally walking through everybody, and right now, so far, we've seen it could be the favorite to win it all. So the Ouroboros, even though it went down in the semifinals of its bracket, it's facing what we've seen as the best gun in the game so far, the purst. So check it out. And I hope you enjoyed the game testing. We'll cut this down to a shorter video, just showing you the championship, showing you the numbers here sometime later on this week. We'll combine all this, but now you know who two of the finalists are, the purst and the dark winner. Great job. Peace out. Okay, it's back to, we are doing the P90 versus the safety distance. Let's compare them. Safety distance has more damage. Of course, the P90 much more RPM, bigger clip, and the safety distance has just a hair more optimal range, and they both have the same headshot. So it is 2-2 and a tie. So it is even as we're starting headshot. P90 versus safety distance. Safety distance going to start first. On the lead. Safety distance headshot. First round. Okay, there's P90, first round, headshot. In 7 mil. Okay, second round. Safety distance, second round. P90 wins that time. Last round. Third round, P90. Okay, first round body shot, P90. Safety distance. Go ahead and top her off. Safety distance. First round. Body shot. Second round. Third round. Time to kill. Safety distance. I'm flat, not bad. Round two. And P90 totally dominated with a 9-4-1 win over safety distance. We have an upset. Regular P90 was able to defeat the safety distance. Okay, we are going to have the MP5ST take on the slingshot. Okay, with the comparison here, the or the slingshot and the SP5. There it is. So comparing the two, the slingshot has the better damage. MP5 has the higher RPM, bigger magazine. And of course the slingshot has the bigger optimal range. So let's compare them here. And they're both tied for the So we have a 2, 2, and 1. So it is a tie going into the first round. Slingshot, headshot, first round. Oh, very bad start. Okay, going into the last section. Time to kill. .8. Second round. Slingshot barely won on a 7-6 win over the MP5SA. But it really didn't have that good of a showing. So let's see how it fares against the P9. P90. P90 versus Slingshot for the semifinals to get into the Elite 8. First round, headshots. Slingshot, first round, headshot. Second round. P90, second round. Last round. Slingshot. Third round. Headshot. body shot. Body shot. P90. Last round. Okay, the P90 slingshot has better damage and distance, so it's still 2, 2, and 2. So it is a 4-6 in favor of the P90. So it comes down to time to kill, but P90 has a commanding lead. Needs to beat 1150. Second round. Nine flat. P90. Second round. Last round. Oh. And the slingshot came back with 6 points, but it was the 7 by slingshot or by P90 that gives it the go ahead. The P90 now goes to the championship of this bracket, playing the cabaret. So it is the P90 in the cabaret. Trying to figure out where I put the cabaret at. There it is. P90 cabaret. So let's compare them. P90 and cabaret. P90 and cabaret, the cabaret has the better damage. P90 has the better RPMs, the bigger magazine, and the optimal range and headshot damage are the same. So it looks like the P90 is taking a 2-1 to 2 lead into the first round. So it's one ahead. Cabaret going first. Headshot. .7. Cabaret. Second round. Headshot. Need 7.7 to win. Hold on. Something went wrong here. 7.7 for the win. Try it again. $7.7 for the win. Third round. Ooh, that's big numbers for the okay, going body shot. Safety distance is down 4-2. 9.6. Last round. No. Four or five going in the last one. Cabaret closed out a 1-point lead. Second round. No. Last round. Cabaret wins on a tie break. Barely couldn't have been any closer for the P90. The Cabaret goes on, but I do not seeing it beating the Proust. Didn't see the big numbers out of this bracket, that's for sure. Going to the last bracket, we have the oxpecker versus the police ump 45.
Agent in need of backup.
So as we grab those two, oxpecker ump 45. Let's check them out. The ump has the better damage. The oxpecker has the higher RPMs, the bigger magazine, and the better range. So the oxpecker leads 3 to 1 and 1. Oxpecker, round 1 headshot. Oops. Bad start. Hold on. That was my fault. I wanted to test the gun out properly. Okay. Headshot. Oxpecker. First round. Second round. Oxpecker, second round. Third round. Okay, body shot. Time to kill. Last round. And we have what I think is an upset, but the police dominated over the Oxpecker. And this second exotic goes down in the first round. We have the Grudge versus the Vector. And the Grudge has the better damage. Vector has the higher speed. Grudge has the bigger magazine and the bigger distance. We have a 3 to 1 to 1 right off the bat. We have the Grudge versus Vector 45. 45. Versus the Grudge. First round. Last round. Body shot. Let's get some ammo. Vector made up a little ground. Let's see if it makes up more. Body shot first round. Third round. And the Vector was
Agent
not a
requesting backup.
competition against Grudge. Grudge winning 9-4-1. Police M4 versus the Grudge. We have the damage. Grudge has the better speed. Ump has the better ammo capacity, and the Grudge has the better range. One time after the judging. Police, I am up 45 and the elite Sweet 16 against the Grudge. Headshot first round. Second round. Last round. Here we go for the body shot. So the Grudge is moving on to the Elite 8 over the Ump. Now we get to see the Swap Chain versus the CMMB Banshee. Banshee versus Swap Chain. Banshee versus Swap Chain. Banshee has the higher damage. Swap Chain has the RPMs, the ammo, and everything else is tied. So Swap Chain has a 2-1-2 lead going into the first round. Swap Chain. Headshot. .2, respectable. Headshot, first round. Second round. Last round. Swap chain coming in. Time to kill. Ground. Banshee up first. Round 2. Swap chain stole the show there to last on time to kill was the major factor.
Incoming backup request.
Going 6-5 over the swap chain. I mean, swap chain beat the Banshee. Swap chain over the Banshee, 6-5. Okay, going to our number 1 seed in this bracket, which has not fared well. The exotics and the seeded guys have not done as well as expected. And he is taking on the converted SMG-9. Sorry, I had to pour myself a drink. Chatterbox versus converted SMG-9. Let's see how they stack up against each other. The SMG-9 there. Okay, the SMG-9 has higher damage. The Chatterbox has, and the SMG-9 has higher speed. The chatterbox has more ammo, and the headshots are the same, and chatterbox wins on the optimal range. So we have a 2-1 tie. Okay, the coveted SMG9 is going first. First round headshot. Chatterbox, first round. Headshot. Second round. Second round. Hold on. Hold on again. Get this started right. Okay. Second round. Wow! Leaves the best to last. Chatterbox ends up 2-1, but boys, we've seen some big numbers from that converted SMG9 on that last round, competing up there with the purst and some of the other ones. It looks like two of the best weapons are facing off right here against each other. Okay, we're going with body shots. First round, body shots, SMG9. Chatterbox, first round, 9.2 to beat. Barely. That was very close. 10 flat. Seeing some impressive numbers from the converted S9 on the body shots. And it is a tie game. Tie game going into time to kill. How many times have we seen that this tournament? Oh, 5.5. Nobody has pulled off that like that. That is the chatterbox at its finest. .7, very, very respectable, but not against the chatterbox. This could be over right here and there. .3, pretty respectable. Chatterbox up second round. 4.7. Chatterbox is dominating here in the time to kill and taking the gold. In fact, I don't see anybody's going to beat Chatterbox in time to kill. Highest numbers of any game. Nobody's even close with that. Not having to reload at all and taking down all the targets. Last round. Chatterbox, time to kill. .4 just isn't fair. Too bad the converted SMG extended way beyond its expectations. It's just not going to beat a 4.4. .2, very respectable. Take a bow, converted SMG, but the chatterbox dominates in the time to kill and walks away with an 8-5 win over the converted SMG, which put up some big numbers that rivaled some of the best we've seen on the headshot and the body shot. So it looks like it's going to be the chatterbox versus Swamp Chain to see who goes to the lead 8 against the Grudge. Number 1 seed here, doing a beautiful run through the record-setting time to kill portion of the game. We can only think that Swamp Chain will not be able to compete with that time to kill, so it's going to have at least a 3-point lead coming into that final area. So let's go through the assessment. Swamp Chain has the better damage, the higher speed, where Chatterbox has the higher magazine capacity, and everything else is tied. So Swamp Chain does have a 2-1 to 2 lead, which it's going to need, because we just seen that it is going to win over there in the time to kill area. So we are going with Swamp Chain headshot first round. 8.8, pretty respectable. Let's see what Chatterbox can pull off. First round headshot, Chatterbox. Woo! Chatterbox barely pulls up a win. It is tied. Almost. Chatterbox, second round. Proves on the numbers. Pulls up to 10. Chatterbox just raking it in. Swap chain trying to keep up. Needs this win very badly. Second round headshot. Good numbers, 9.4, but did not beat the Chatterbox. Round 3 headshot. Swap chain. Trying to hold on here. Ooh, Chatterbox. Dominant fashion there. Body shot.
Agent in need of backup.
Swamp chain is down 2. It needs a sweep here and body shot because it knows it's not going to be able to compete on time to kill. So body shot. Chatterbox up first. First round. .6. No. You were supposed to reload, you stupid thing. Not switch the switch. Second round. Chatterbox last round. Swap chain pulled off that last round. Doubt it's going to be enough. It's down 6-3. It has to sweep. Time to kill, and nobody is doing the numbers that Chatterbox can do in time to kill. Doesn't look good for swap chain. .8. dominance of chatterbox here. Pretty respectable, 9.8, but there's nothing compared to what this gun can do. Oh, it got a slow 7.9 last round. Chatterbox. .8. That ain't even fair. .5 gets swept again. Chatterbox is just the dominant over there in time to kill, and it wins 9-3 to 2 over Swamp Chain. Chatterbox going to the finals here to see if it gets to go to the final four, and it's looking good. Nobody's put those kind of numbers up in time to kill consistent. Pretty much its slowest score is better than anybody else's fastest score. So let's see what the two weapons compared here do. So we go here and switch. Put the Grudge on. Grudge versus the Chatterbox. The Grudge versus the Chatterbox. Let's look at these numbers. The Grudge has damage and RPMs. Chatterbox has the magazine size. Everything else is the same. So the Grudge, luckily, is carrying in a 2-1-2 lead over the Chatterbox. All it can hope is that it can maintain, basically go 2-for-1 or dominate here in the headshot and the body, because the time to kill is Chatterbox's to lose. Here we go. Headshot. First round. Swamp Chain. Grudge. Sorry about that. Grudge is all over the place. Time for Chatterbox to show what it can do. Chatterbox, domination of first round, headshot, second round, Chatterbox. Nobody put up a 13 before, 12.7. Holy hell. Chatterbox looks like it is not only going to win this one, but looks like it's putting up numbers to win the whole kit and caboodle. And the Grudge is just looking bad compared to the Chatterbox. Round 3, headshot. Chatterbox. Last round. And still pulled it off. Body shot. First round. Chatterbox. .9. That's from. Total domination by Chatterbox here. Chatterbox, time to kill. .8, getting slower for Chatterbox. Second round. Chatterbox turn. Second round. .7, it's really slowing down. Chatterbox last round. .2. That is a record so far. 4.2. Swap train, don't even have to try. We're going to Chatterbox. And we're going to stay with the Chatterbox. We are in Elite 4, and we're going to make a separate video for this. Thanks for stopping by. Here is your final four. Chatterbox winning. The OG was the first seed. Dark Winter was the number 2 seed out of the season 7. Backfire didn't make it out of the finals. Made a good show, but the Paradise Lost bracket, the Ouroboros got beat by this one, and he went on to win the whole thing. And then the Cabaret was able to take advantage of Lady Death and Slingshot losing earlier. P90 making a surprising run to the finals of this bracket, but it was the Cabaret that barely hung on and beat the P90. So our first matchup is going to be the Prouts and the Cabaret. Let's see how they match up here. Cabaret has the more damage. Proust has the RPM and the magazine. And looks like Cabaret has the optimal range. So we have a 2-2-2-1 tie for the finals here. So let's go to the first headshot. Headshot, first round, Proust. .2, not the kind of numbers it put up yesterday. Cabaret needs an 8.2 to win this first round. Real bad showing for Cabaret in that first round. Second round, Cabaret. .2. What the heck? Wow. 13.2. We haven't seen those kind of numbers. I think that's the record. 13.2. See what the Proust can do. Second round. Now hold on. Okay, here we go. Second round. Third round.
Agent requesting backup.
Those are the kind of numbers that we've seen for Prouts the first time. 11.9, but we seen what the Cabaret pulled off at 13.2, so 11.9. Here we go, headshot, third round. Just not there. Half the numbers it pulled off the round before. So that's a 2-1 lead for Prowse over Cabaret. Going to body shots. .6. Not bad on body shots. Pouts. First round. Body shots. .5. Prowse starting to pull ahead here. Second round body shots. .2 on the body shots. Not there. Crowd's taking no. 2.1 there. And it's a 6-4 lead going into time to kill. Pounds. Time to kill. Ooh, Prouts loses that one. Second round. Better go get some ammo. There you go, 9.3 there that time. Prouts one's 1-2 on that. Nothing special there. It is a 7-6 win for Prouts over Cabaret. Prouts goes to the championship. We have a number 1 seed versus a number 2 seed in the other bracket. This is going to be a big display here. Chatterbox versus Dark Winter. Dark Winter up first. Headshot. .3 after a bad start. That's pretty respectable. Chatterbox. Headshot first round. Second round. .4 for Chatterbox. Wow. .11, but it wasn't enough to beat Chatterbox. Very, very good rounds, and we expect this in the finals. Third round. .4, very respectable, but it has to face the Chatterbox. Chatterbox put up some big numbers. Third round. Headshot. There you go. Chatterbox. Domination. Possible 10. Whew. Okay. Body shot time. We do the comparison. Let's see where they stand. Dark Rainer, Chatterbox. I don't know if I did that. Chatterbox has the better damage, better RPMs, better magazine, optimal range. It's a 4-0. 0-1 record. So that means that Chatterbox is already 7-0 on Dark Winnow. It can't win. Chatterbox is going to the finals. No matter what happens here, it's a done deal. Body shot, first round. Chatterbox. .8. Dark Winter. Body shot, first round. Hey, and they kept him honest. Second round. Dark Winter. .5. Dark Winter putting up some great body shot numbers. Last round. There we go. And Dark Winter dominated 3-0 against the body shot against Chatterbox. Pretty good. Problem is, it's such a lead that they can't win, and Chatterbox goes into this that nobody's been able to compete with time to kill against Chatterbox. So here we go. First round, time to kill, Chatterbox. .8. Its slowest time ever in this competition. Dark Winter trying to hold on here. No bad showing there. Second round. Dark Winter. Time to kill. Chatterbox. Time to kill. Second round. Last round. .3. .5. There you have it. It is Chatterbox winning in a 10-3 fashion over Dark Winter. Very respectful for run for Dark Winter. Very respectable one there for dark winter, and it is going to be the chatterbox versus the purse. Let's do the comparison. And here is your finals. Chatterbox, purse. Purse has the better damage, better RPMs. Chatterbox has the magazine size and the optimal range. So, no domination here. It is even after the stats. So we 2, 2, and 1. Going to headshots. Chatterbox, headshot, first round. Chatterbox, second round. Highest number we seen temporarily there. We had a 14 million at one point. That's pretty impressive. Chatterbox pulling it on here in the championship. Respectable. Last round, headshot. Glad to see some 10 million scores being popped up here by both. Chatterbox. Last round. Woo! Russell actually pulls one off. Body shots. Chatterbox. First round. Kraus wins that one. No. Second round. Kraus. .9. Chatterbox. Put up a 9.9 or better. close. Won the last round here. .4. And Prowl sweeps the bodies. And Chatterbox finds itself down 6-4, but what we've seen is this is capable. Chatterbox has got a sweep, but it's dominated this whole series. It's got a sweep to win. Time to kill. First round, Chatterbox. Woo! 4-3, 4.3 for the Chatterbox. Woo! It is not going quietly into the good night, and we expected that here out of the Chatterbox. It has just dominated its time to kill. Second round. Chatterbox has to beat a 12.4. Second round. .4. Last round for the Chatterbox. We are completely tied up. 6-6. Winner wins this. It is the champion. Chatterbox. Heavy favorite here in Time to Kill. What do we have? .8. It not up to the world record there, but 4.8 for Proust to try to beat, and he's just laughing. I can't even get this row done in 4.8. So here we go. Championship, last round. Last chance. Proust wins. And we have tie break. If he loses. No. If he wins, he wins. But he's got to beat a 4.8. Here we go. Proust coming down to this last one. We have a champion. It is not Proust. It is the Chatterbox. Wins the SMG. Wow. What a tournament it's been. A lot of upsets. This was one of the #1 seeds, and it was able to pull it off. And Purse had defeated Ouroboros, or it could have been an Ouroboros versus Chatterbox final. A dark winner. Did very respectable, ran up against Chatterbox, but it did defeat the Backfire. And the Cabaret just was in a division that was poor. Lady Death went out in the first round. It was, but salute to each and every one of them. I hope you guys watch all the raw footage, and I will put the championship together tomorrow. But those who watch the raw footage will get to see who the champion was, and it is the Chatterbox, the best SMG in the range on stats, barring a build built specifically for that. So we're not saying that an Ouroboros with a build that can be perfect for just the Ouroboros, that it wouldn't be the best in slot. What we're saying is when everything else is equal, just the gun by itself, a generic build, the talents being very close, if not perfectly, most of them had damage out of cover. We've seen some astronomical numbers. We've seen some numbers in the headshots and the body shots at 14 million, 13 million, and we've seen the time to kill for Chatterbox in the 4s. Amazing stuff. Amazing SMGs, well represented here. Hopefully you can look through here, kind of see where your favorite SMG fell. Maybe do some testing of your own and show us what you figured out. Maybe even do a tournament yourself. Awesome. Thank you. And have a great night. Hopefully you enjoyed watching this long and very exciting at times SMG tournament. You can see here each and every breakdown. If you want to save this, blow it up, take a look at it, and double check where everybody kind of laid out on this bracket. And again, thanks for stopping by, kind of seeing who was going to dominate and who wasn't. Chatterbox ended up pulling off the win with some respectable surprises. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the video.